a hackathon session for the tour guide application. So I hope you got some new questions up to help you work on your projects. So I'm going to be tuning into the channel right now. So just before we left off for the break, we were working on the last 2 points in respect of the rubric. So we're going to be continuing on those. And in the meanwhile, if you have had any questions arise, then let me know in respect to any difficulties you might have had with the project. So the last two basically points that remained were code in the section for the code readability, and specifically around naming conventions and formatting. So one of the key points, so I'm just going to share my screen to be able to better so they can follow along. So the last 2 points that we were basically tackling was naming conventions and formatting. In respect to naming conventions, as you can see, the rubric is requiring that all variable methods and resource IDs are descriptively named such that another developer reading the code can easily understand their function. Now, if you recall, just before we left for the break, we had talked about eventually also about in terms of the code maintenance and readability. So there was another basically requirement that we saw earlier that the code adheres to some good practices and ease of maintenance. So this is something that we had touched upon in the first section in terms of readability, like code is easy readable, such as fellow programmer can understand the purpose of the app. So it's kind of continuing in that philosophy of thought that whenever you write code, it's important for using meaningful descriptions, be it for variable names, methods, or resource IDs. And to that extent, I would say that if we come back to our example, we had seen that previously when we were looking at the if condition, we had initially named our variable number, and then eventually we refactored it to cache balance. And then after that, we refactored the whole variable and basically the expression where we were checking against the zero value into a method that had a much more explicit name, and where finally we could just read the whole expression as if it was English, so if account has sufficient balance. So that it was in its own right quite important, I would say, and in terms of clarity. And when it came to the final point for the rubric formatting, then there was a key point here that was important, which was that there were no unnecessary. So in respect to the rubric, if you read the description, it is required that the alignment of the code should be well respected in terms of there shouldn't be any unnecessary commented out code, or the indentation is not perfectly well aligned or perfectly clean. And obviously also that the alignment of variable names and method names is also cleanly defined. So one of the things that I would recommend any of you to use is use your IDE to sort things out. So for example, if your if your names were a bit, the variable declarations were not aligned, so you could use an Android Studio shortcut. So on my computer, the shortcuts, the default shortcut that I have is Control-Alt-L, I believe. And so when you click that combo of Control-Alt key and L, it will, as you can see, just put things back in order. So all this can also be set up and configured to exactly how you want it to be. So you can go into the settings, and then when you're formatting, you can ask like that a lot of things be realigned and everything. So the braces can change, and depending on your team, whatever decision they've made in terms of code formatting and code guidelines, you should always adhere to those, because it's also very important to have a coherent code base in terms of guidelines, in terms of code formatting and naming conventions. So it's very important that you stick to the ones that have been defined by your team. Generally speaking, when you're coding, and if there are no guidelines, you should always adhere to the Java coding guidelines, which can be found on the Oracle's website in terms of like what are the Java naming conventions. So for example, some of the naming conventions in Java are basically camel casing the variable names, and also that you do not use underscores when writing the variable names. And specifically, if your variable name has 2 words or more that are part of it, then in that case you would not use underscores, but just use camel casing. There's a special case, for example, for constants. So if you are defining a public static, variable, so if I get private string constant, then my constant, for example, as a value, then in that case there's a norm, or at least something that that Java convention follows, that for private final constant type variables, then you're going to uppercase them, and you would not use camel case, but you would use underscore. So that is generally like what has been the convention up till now. But once again, like those are the Java guidelines at a high level. Always try to follow the ones that have been declared in the company or in the project in which you're working with your other fellow developers, and if not, then just try to adhere to the Java conventions. And these could, and like I said, these can be found on the Oracle's website also if you just Google them. Okay, so I'm just going to come back to the questions to see if there are any, and there seems to be some. Okay. All right, hi Jason. So can you please explain the lists and adapters, because I can't really understand them? Sure. So list and adapters. So let's take a step back and look at a project to kind of like give you some idea. If you look at so the Android framework gives you an ability to be able to display data in lists. Well, in list and in other widget types to display data. And the list type basically is used to be able to show elements, as the name implies, in list and in a scrollable list. So for example, here we have we defined a view pager. So I'm going to just like remove this for the time being. We defined it a text, and we had a list view right here in our layout for this code right here. Now, a list views in the idea behind a list view is to be able to show elements in a list, and the way that the data is populated in this list is through an adapter. So the adapter's purpose is to provide the data to the list. Now we can have like a more concrete example on how that would work. Maybe that could help a bit better understand the way exactly how things are interacting. Now I can maybe actually to make this a bit more I can just go into Android list view, and we can tackle together an example, so that will be a bit more concrete. So if you look at list view class, right, we're going to like cover in the first instance the list view in its own right, and then look at as per your question that was asked, like how does the adapter relate to it. Now, if you look at, if we go and look at the parent class, which is list view, right? So one of the first things you should be doing, like if you're every time like looking or, looking at a different class and you're not fully sure of how that works, one of the first things you should always do, first of all, is open up the class, okay? And so we cannot, unfortunately, I don't know why my setup today is not enabling me to also get the source code for this. So you can see like the list view, okay, extends the abstract list view, okay? And if we look at that, we see that there's a whole hierarchy going in that's showing you that it itself expands an adapter view, and it takes in a list adapter at some point as an argument to be able to use that adapter to populate the list. Now, the list view itself will be using the adapter, as I mentioned, to populate the different elements. Now, what is the element? The element is your row that is supposed to come and populate and be added to the list. So if we, and remember, when we're going to be showing the list, the element inside it need also a layout. So we're going to start writing our layout. So one of the things here is, if we look at the layout here, so let me just, first of all, look at the resources. So we have activity main. Okay, so this is the activity main right now for this project. So I'm going to change this. This was an old code, and I'm just going to use this main one. Okay, so this is I'm going to say that this main activity right here is going to use main, okay, for the layout. Now, one of the things that we're going to do here is that we're going to specify, we're going to first retrieve the view root, which is right here. So this is a linear layout. In it, I have a text view. So I'm going to just call this maybe tour guide name. Okay, I'm going to add an ID here too. And this thing right here, we're going to be calling this attractions. So attraction list. Okay. So once we're back into this code here, now at this point, what we'll be able to do is that we're going to be able to get the layout inflator and look at. So one thing we could do is we can straight get a reference to the list view here, and just say inflate and get. Actually, the way I'm going to do this is, which is going to be maybe more helpful because this code is not going to be available to you guys immediately. So I'd rather maybe just take an existing example off from where you can also clone it and then use that. I think that would be a much better way to go about doing this. So if I look at Android list view example source, so there was this, I can't seem to find the Google code. So Google Android example. So let me just see if there's an example here, but the example that's here, I don't want to use this one because it's using a list activity, so that's going to like indirectly embed a list view, which is not the best thing from an example point of view to use, because it's going to hide a lot of the examples basically that I wanted to show you. So the problem is that I don't have this codes. No, it's just a quick dynamic. It's not mandatory to have your pictures in PNG, at least not that I know of, that I haven't seen in the requirements. It's whatever format you're going to choose. If you want to use JPEG, you can use JPEG. I think it's just there are some advantages to PNG because you can handle transparency and things like that. So, damn it. So I'm trying to like come up with an example that you guys could clone. I know there was a website, and unfortunately I can't right now. I don't know why I cannot find that. Let me just quickly try. There were some that you could always follow along and test. So Android list view adapter example. Unfortunately, this is not it either. Okay, so I was hoping that I could like give you a link, a Git of an existing code somewhere that on one of the Google examples that you can like. I can't seem to find it, so I'm just trying to follow along with some existing other code to be able to show you. So first of all, the key point is to understand that an adapter is the element that will provide the items to a list. Okay, so let's say if I go back here, there was an example here. This is your list, right? Each of these items that you see here is provided by an adapter, and each of these items is defined by a layout. So we're gonna code this together to make this very, very clear. In the code here, in the layout in main, I've defined a text view and a list view. Okay, attraction list is the ID of the list view. So in main activity, I'm going to define here private list view. I'm sorry, I don't have the reference to an existing code base that you guys could have cloned. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find it. So I was, I guess the demo effect, or I can't seem to find the link. But if I do, I will eventually send it to the channel. But I'll try to just follow. You'll just have to like follow along with me and all the code that I'm writing. So the main activity when it'll create on create, is gonna create. I'm gonna get the reference to the list object, to the list view. Sorry, and at this point here, the list view is empty. Okay, so you need to say that I'm gonna set an adapter on it. Okay, now like I said to you previously, the The list view in itself does not do anything apart just giving you the scrolling capabilities of a list view, as well as handling the touch events and all of that. But the data that it shows needs to be provided to it. This data provider, okay, so the data provider of a list is its adapter. Okay. Good. Now, to be able to do that, we need to create now an adapter. So we could just create a new list adapter here. But as you can see, if I implement this is just going to be a bit not very clean. So we're going to go and write our own custom adapter. And even more than that, we're going to extend our adapter by reusing one of the existing classes that the Android framework provides. Because as you can see, if we go and implement ourselves the list adapter interface, then potentially we would need to implement a lot of this code in here that already Google is providing us through the Android framework that exists in the Android framework by existing classes. So we're going to avoid that, and we're going to be able to reuse existing adapters. So I'll just call this the tour guide adapter class, this adapter. And this adapter basically will extend a list. Well, let's keep it simple. We can just say, let's say an array adapter, okay? And we're going to say that it's going to be an array adapter of string to begin with, okay? So when we're going to extend that, we're going to have to override and implement some of the required methods to initialize it. Actually, we're not going to extend this one. We're going to extend it's array adapter. It is the array adapter, and I think that is the one that we should be using. There's another one. I'm just trying to remember which one it is. So I think that at this point, the best way to do this would be to use the array adapter. I think it should be the one. So at this point, if I do string, I don't know why is it asking me to. I think I've imported the wrong array. That's why I think this is not working. So import class. So what are the constructors that we have here? So we have the resources. So we're going to create this one. And so for your adapter now, what we're going to do is that we have to implement the getView, override the getView method. So this method will provide us the views. So remember, like, I'm just going to take a step back here and come back just to make sure that the following point is understood. A list view just shows you the elements to be able to scroll on them, but the data is provided by the adapter. So while setting the adapter, in the adapter now, we are going to be able to specify through the getView method each element that needs to be returned to the scroll list. So every time we're going to scroll, basically, the list view adapter is going to keep count of the position of where it is in its array, right? So for example, if I wanted to say that the list view is actually just, let's say, an array, okay? Let's say this is what is visible on screen. So what I've shown here you in the array are basically the elements, the list, the entries in the list that are visible, okay? So as we scroll along, let's say that our array has 100 elements in it. At any point of time, we know what the ID, meaning that where the finger is and where the scroll position of the list is, right? So for example, if we're at the beginning of the list view, so let's say if your screen has just like the capacity to show 4 rows, obviously it has a bit more capacity, but let's say for the sake of argument, it has only the capacity to show at any one time 4 rows. What's going to happen is that the list view is going to start giving its position of where it is in terms of the scroll. It will ask that to the adapter, I'm at position 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Can you please give me the associated data that you have in that is the data that's backing, that should back this list? Can you give me that data, basically, right? So that's what that's how the list works in respect to the adapter. So by setting the adapter, we're going to pass it into the list. So the adapter will need the context, and it will need the resource ID, basically, of the list item, okay? So basically how this list item, one individual item, what layout should we use to represent it into the list view? So here we're just going to say get application context, and for the list item, I'm going to just change this and just keep it simple, and I'm just going to keep this as the text right here. So the text here would be, for example, my list. I'm going to say list item, I think, just to keep it simple. And we're just going to, well, we can actually leave. We shouldn't be like specifying a text view like this, but let's remove this for the time being, actually. Okay, so if you look at the design of one list element, for the time being, the list should appear like this. One item in the list that is going to be shown in the complete list, one item should have this look and feel, okay? So right now, just to visualize it, I've just put in some dummy text, placeholder text called Eiffel Tower. Okay, so if I come back to my class here, I'm going to be showing now that this is the ID of basically the resource that I need to pass into the list view, to the adapter, so that it knows that this is the item, the layout it should be using for each item. Okay, so this is all in the onCreate when the activity is created. So right now, if we run this application, so let's try to bring up the just going to wait a bit to see. So this has started, and so I'm going to build this. I'm going to deploy this on. Hopefully, I won't have any problems. Let's see. So at this point, like, it should just be an empty. List view that will be shown. So I think there's a problem in my definition here. So I should look at. Okay, so let me see what the problem is here. Okay, so it's giving me a null pointer exception. The reason being, so I'm just going to go and let's find this is. So close this. The reason why this is the case is that I haven't specified any value in my adapter, so that's why it's complaining. So we're going to set up some values in the adapter to give it some content so that it can show the data, but specifically also what we will need to do is to also show basically the layout and set values to it. So for the time being, what we're going to do is that we're going to specify the data. So earlier in my example, we were speaking about like a factory here, an attraction factory of how we could like set up some data points and then send it to the to the main activity or to the detail activity to retrieve information. So we're going to try to work off of the back of this data that we created earlier. So for the time being, in the attraction object, we had only created one getter value, and that would just return the name of the attraction. So for the time being, this code is sufficient at least to get us some basic values to populate our list. So to do so, what are we going to do is that we are going to use the factory here and get the attractions in our adapter. So this will act as data points for us. So in the constructor, what we're going to do, basically, we're going to specify here the list of attractions. So we're going to say attraction factory, get attractions. We're going to create the list of attractions. At this point, when the adapter is created, we are going to have a list of attractions from which we can now extract an attraction object and then get the name of that object, basically. So from that point, what we are now going to be able to do is get each element from the adapter. So from the adapter, so just to reiterate, just to make sure that you're following, list, we set the adapter. Remember that the list will pass indirectly its position at all times, right, to the adapter to say, I want whatever element of data you have at that index so that you can send it back to me so I can show that element at that index. That index is this position value, okay? Now, with that position value, what we're going to do is that we're going to use that position value. So, for example, when the activity will be launched for the first time, the first index will be 0. That will be like the first element, right? So, if we simulate the behavior, the flow, 0 will be passed in by the list view to the adapter. The adapter will receive here position 0. So here, what's going to happen is that we're going to say attractions, right, get position, right? So that's going to be position 0. So basically, that's going to be the first element in our results that we got, right? So the adapter will say, okay, fine. You've asked me for position 0. Here you go, list view. I'm giving you the first element that I have of the backing data set. So this is the backing data set, right? So now we have the data. So what we need to do is like, we need to use the list view reference that we got of the resource, right, to go and now extract that field and be able to, extract that value, to extract that field and then set the value to that field, basically. So the key point here, right, is that what you can do is the way to do this is that we first check that the view that was passed previously, if it's null or not. Because the list view, what it will do, it will try to recycle, it will try to reuse existing objects if possible. And if it's not if the converted view before does not exist, then we have to create a new one. But if it already exists, we can just overwrite it basically. So here, what we're going to do is that we're going to inflate here one of the basically this list item object, right? So this list item object, the parent of this list item object is actually a linear layout, as you can see, right? So the key question now here is that we could specify this element, but because you normally would have a lot of other child elements within, it's better to first get the linear layout, and then from there we're going to extract all the different childs that it might contain. So from this point, what we're going to do is that from the layout inflator, right, we are going to be getting the we're going to go and get a handle of a layout inflator to be able to extract that view, that list item layout. So layout inflator, and we're going to say, so if I recall, I believe so, it's from get context, and then it's going to be inflate, and then here it's going to be layout list item. Okay, so at this point, what's going to happen basically is that we're going to tell it that this is the parent is also going to be passed to us, which is the list view by the adapter, and we're the false, the last parameter just says that not to really attach the element directly to the root parent, in this case directly to the root of the list view. What we want to do basically, as you can see attached to root, what we want to do is that we just want to make the objects be contained in the memory of the list view, so that when we want to remove them, reuse them, reassign them to other elements, we can do so. So at this point, we have the layout inflator, and then now what we're going to do is that we're going to assign this to our linear layout. So if you look at the list item here, this is a linear layout, right? So what we're going to do at this point is that we're going to specify linear layout, because that's exactly the root type here that we're specifying. When you specify this layout, this ID right here, the name of the file, it will give you automatically the most root element, which is here linear layout. So what you could do is, or you can just specify linear layout here up front, or you could just reuse the convert view here and specify that. So what we're going to do is we're going to say convert view is equal to, because the convert view has a type of view which is the parent of all of the other classes. It's a very high level class. So a linear layout is also going to be a view indirectly. So from this point, if it's null, we override that value here of convert view. And then this point, what we're going to do is that from within this convert view, we're going to get the text view. So here we're going to say tour guide text view. So TV tour guide name. So TV tour guide name. And what's going to happen from here is that convert view, we're going to say, so now remember, the reason why we went for this is that we're now at the root of our element, which is a linear layout, and now we can do a find by ID of anything. So the ID of this text view is list items. So we're going to say find view by ID and use our ID list item at this point. So why is this not showing up? Sorry, I think I might have missed, well, it isn't list item here. So text view. text view guide name, convert. So this will be TV tour guide name. Actually, it should be an attraction name. That would be more appropriate. So this should be attraction name. Okay. So we're going to find the view by ID, which is list. Why isn't this showing up as list item? Okay, I think that there's a conflict here between the name of, yeah, there's a conflict here with the name of the ID that I selected here. And so here there's going to be attraction ID, let's say, and we're going to go here. So attraction ID here. And we'll have to cast this most likely. So no, actually it's not complaining for a cast for the time being, so it's fine. And what's going to happen here now, basically, is that because now we have the handle of that one item, we can now set its view. So I'm still going to convert this because I know for a fact that this will need to be set, need some casting normally, but let's see. And here now, because we have our attraction value, for the time being, there's only one getter on that content. So what we're going to do is we're going to say attraction, the TV. Okay, so I should have named this TV attraction name. Set text. And here we're going to extract it from the attraction and just get it from the name here. And what we're going to return here is basically the convert view here, like that, which is like the whole root of the element, right? And the reason is that because the reason why we return the core convert view element here, so apparently it does not need to cast, so that's fine, is that obviously like your view here, we have a very simple list item layout. We just have like a text view inside it. But previously, as you know, there was an image here. There could have been another image here, and like maybe, and that would just be one item of your list, right? So to encompass, like if we had like two other images view and stuff like that, we want to encompass everything. So that's why you have to send back the root element that contains everything. If we just send back one element like this, then we would lose out on information. So that's the main reason why we're using the root element here. Okay, so at this point now, when we look at the adapter, so we have a very simple activity. We just, we set the adapter on the onCreate, and the adapter has just a very basic so this is like the mandatory, overriding method call, which is get view, which actually gives, every element to the list view. So if you run this, I'm missing on something here. So was it deployed? So it's right here. Okay, so I think there's one element that might have not been initialized. So let me look at here. So it's saying that null pointer exception, set adapter on null object reference. This is interesting. Why is it stating a null? Oh, okay, because, So basically what happened here, the mistake that I'm making here basically is that I'm calling the list view, and I'm actually getting a null reference of list view. So when I'm doing, actually what I should be setting here, and that's where I've, so set content view, and I need to do RP layout. Activity main, was it activity main or no, it was just main, I believe, yeah. So this will set the view of the main activity. and which is our main file here, right here. And let's run this. So you can see that now we have the Paris tour guide. So this is actually not picking up yet, I think, the value. So right now, I need to go and specify one more thing, I believe, that I might have missed, because what this is getting, so if I look at this, it did not pick up the code. Wait, I need to maybe, so let me just look at the, nope, so it's still not updating the code for some reason. Well, let me see what the problem is here. One second, I'm just looking at why this is not picking up the value, the changes. So I think that because when I look at the value here, it's saying Paris tour guide. So that means basically it's showing me the view, but it's not actually populating. So it's showing here the text view right here with Paris tour guide, but it's not showing me when I actually, this is the tools text. So yeah, so that's fine because it's showing me the value of city name, which is Paris tour guide. So that's working fine, but it's actually the list view that is not being populated. And the population of the list view is the following. Normally we are getting the reference to the list view here, and then we're setting the adapter, which will provide it the data. And I wonder if it's not because I have used maybe an incorrect inflation of the view potentially. So I might need to reconsider my get view here. Now it seems though to be fine. Wait, I think I'm missing something very simple here. So on create, set content view. What am I missing here? I don't think it should be this, but this is a bit strange. I don't know why this is not working. I don't know if you guys can see what is the potentially the problem that I might have. What is the point that I might be not like missing? So We're setting the content view, which is the layout main, which is fine, which is normally the basic layout view of the root activity. And then we're finding the list view, which is the attraction list. Let me just double check that that is, yeah, so that is the, so this might be maybe wrap content, match parent, right? So that's fine. Okay, so I'm getting the list. We're getting the, by doing a find view by ID, we're getting the list view back. Then the list view is, we are creating the adapter and we're setting the adapter to, so, and we're specifying the row. So I'm just trying to see what part have I missed here. So attractions, I should be getting the positions here. So one thing we could do is like we could rerun this, but in debug mode to see are we getting here or not. And I'm suspecting that we might not be getting here for the simple being because otherwise I'm sure it would be showing something. So interesting. What is let me just stop it and then restart it. This is strange. So convert view, find view by ID, that's fine. Oh, I think I might know what the problem is. So is this because the list adapter? I wonder if it's not because of, I think that's the problem, right? Because I've used an array adapter here, and rather than use, so okay, I think that this might be the problem, but let's see, because it would seem to me like potentially this could be the problem. So we extended the array adapter class here because we wanted to say, this is the adapter we're going to be using for our list. And this adapter is going to be providing the data points, which are strings. Okay, so whatever is going to come out and be given to the adapter are string values. And then at this point, with the position, we are going to be able to get the values from the adapter to be able to show them. So I think that what I was doing wrong here is that I'm using my own data structure here to store the data, but because I'm using actually an array adapter, the array adapter itself should be given the elements because it will add them by itself by calling the add method. I think that that's the point that I am missing here. So to be able to fix that, I would not need to use this potentially. And in the constructor, what we're going to do is that we're going to get all the attractions that we have defined up till now. And within the constructor, we're going to get each attraction from the attractions, okay? and we're going to call add. And I wonder if there might be a slight problem here by calling add in a constructor. I'm not too sure, but let's see how this goes, because potentially the object could not be fully constructed at this point, and we might be calling add on a data structure. But let's see, chances are it might work. I think that it should work actually. So this will add to the internal data structure that the array adapter is encapsulating. So we were before using our own list view adapter, and I'm just going to quickly check if there is no more question. Okay, fine. So, and so I was not using the internal data structure backed by the array adapter. I was using my own, and the list view was using the array adapter, was giving the array adapter, and the array adapter does not know that data structure that I had declared here. It only works with its own internal representation. I think that's what the problem is. So at this point, what I'm going to do is that to get the element here now, which is just a string. So I'm going to say string attraction name. Okay. I'm going to say get item, and I'm going to pass in the position. And once again, this get item should give me actually the element in the array adapter potentially. I think that is how it should work potentially. So at this point now here, I should just have attraction name. Just run this. And here you see that actually we have now the elements inside. It was just that I forgot that array adapter was actually using its own internal representation. So if we had, for example, used, let's say here, base adapter, right? In that case, base adapter would not, provide its own internal encapsulated data structure representation, right? So we would have to use then our own backing mechanism. Just that array adapter it's like a helper class that already gives you access to these methods like add and get item. So you don't further have to declare other internal representations, if that makes sense. So Jason, I don't know if you're still watching or not, but I hope this kind of answers your question in terms of the relation between adapters and their list views to, I don't know if this kind of answers your question or not. I'm hoping it does. All the list and the adapters follow the same high level concept. You follow the same principles. So there's the concept in programming where I'm going to share this with you. You should. Okay, so well, I'm happy that if it simplifies something for you, then I'm glad it works. I just want to show you something here. Solid principles. Okay, so this is a very important concept in computer science, basically. And what this is basically is that SOLID is an acronym for single responsibility, open close, list-gov, substitution, interface and dependency injection. So I'm not going to cover these other ones, maybe in some other video, but the idea here, the reason why I was talking to you about this is the singular responsibility, right? So the point is that when you're designing your code in object orientation specifically, but also in other cases, but specifically in OOP, what you want to do is write your code. You want to write your classes that are going to be small and that are just going to be focused on one feature. So framework itself is quite involved because it does a lot of things. There's a lot of code happening. Even when we do extends array adapter, there's a lot of action going behind the scenes. So I'm not going to too much elaborate on this principle in respect to Android, but I would like to just bring your attention to the fact that, for example, if we stick to this tour guide application example, and let's say, hypothetically speaking, you wanted to create helper. So we created an abstraction called, attraction, for example, right? So this right now, it just has one field. Like when we went through its attributes in the first part of the hackathon, we showed that, an attraction could have, a phone. So here would be attraction name. The cash balance thing was just that it was phone number actually that got refactored earlier. So the attraction can have a name, it can have a phone, there can be a phone number, a business hour. So these were all the attributes. So we just specified one attribute in our example for sake of argument. But let's say if we wanted to create a new class here, and this class was, for example, uppercase attraction object, right? This class purpose would be to go and uppercase each, to uppercase every element in every field where it makes sense. So any field that would be a string would be put in uppercase, and numbers would obviously remain untouched. So in this case, what we would do is that we wouldn't define this behavior in the attraction class, which is the POJO, right? We would create a separate class for this. So here I would just create uppercase attraction object, and the sole purpose of this class would be just to do that one single responsibility thing, which would be to uppercase all of the elements. So the way you would design this, for example, is that you would just add a constructor here, right? And you would just say that this constructor it takes an attraction object, right? And then you specify that that object just takes an attraction object, and then you could just have like a method that says, to upper, for example. So it would return you a new attraction object, but with all uppercase letters. So apply, uppercase, for example, and then this thing would just, perform uppercase, for example, right, on all fields. And this is like, so you could just test this, you could just test this class very easily, and you could like just put tests around it, and it would be just very fine locally, specific to what simple action that this thing can do. So this is what like really how code should be written. And when I come to Android, the idea of this list view was to say a single responsibility is that this list view should not worry about the data acquisition. That acquisition is delegated to an adapter, which is called by the setAdapter method. And the list view has already a lot to do, and by handling, scrolling and touch events. So here, of course, there are not enough elements, but if we just added more elements, then we would be able to scroll here, and then we would be able to also, if we added listeners, be able to act upon these listeners. So yeah, that's the idea. And so but this was an example with, for example, the list view, but all of your other view type objects are all following this pattern. So if later on, when you'll see that as you move forward with this, you are going to be presented with a recycler view, which is a much more enhanced version of the list view, because it was rewritten from scratch, and it has much better support for transitions, for animations and things like that, which were much more complicated to do with list view. Now, one tip in respect to list view, one of the things I kind of miss in the recycler view, which needs a bit more fiddling and customizing yourself some classes to get. Sorry. So some of the features that I miss is mainly sorry, I'm just going to drink some water. So some of the features that I really miss the list view is the fact that they can add an empty view to the class. So one second. So one of the things that you can do, and unfortunately on the recycler view you cannot do. So let's say, for example, in the example that I showed you, the tour guide adapter is getting its data from this hard-coded, factory. So all the values here are hard-coded. In a more involved application, chances are that actually when you provide the data, it might be through a database or maybe a web service call, which will return you a JSON object that you will convert into a list and then provide that to your adapter. In that special case, what's very useful is that if your adapter, for due to connection timeout or whatever other problem, or even like a list, because let's say your data is coming from a table and your application was just freshly installed, and obviously there's no data in the table at that point, and when you query that data and it comes back with an empty collection that you're giving to your adapter, in that case, a list view can handle that scenario for you and say, oh, well, then if the adapter returns me an empty set, and so I have nothing to scroll on, then if you provide me with a view here, so this view would naturally be, you could get this viewed by the same way. You could just do find view by ID, and you could just have something like empty view, for example, right? And we can just create an empty view layout here, which would just say no data, for example, right? And so you could just provide that to your empty view. So it's very useful in cases where you want to show a default state of your list view to people, to users of your application when they've just freshly installed your application that might not have any data. So yeah, just do remember that. This method call it comes in quite handy actually. So would you like anyone on like are there any other point like you'd like to discuss? Like in the first part this morning, we kind of like went through all the main criteria. I hope that when we were reviewing all these different elements, I hope that they were had been like explicit and clear enough to kind of clarify or clear any confusion. But let me know if you'd like me to come back on maybe one of these points if something was maybe missed potentially, or is there like some kind of other problem that you guys might be facing in terms of how you might be finding it difficult in terms of maybe navigating through maybe activities or something like that, or going from an activity view to a detailed view? In the meanwhile, like one thing that's very important to I would really recommend you guys to look at is this, to go on the Android developer website. It's very well made. It's unfortunate I couldn't find that link earlier. I thought I would have finally found it easily, but I unfortunately didn't have it. There's a lot of examples that are given, and I have like a whole lot of list of bookmarks on my other computer at home. So I unfortunately don't have them here, but I will when I get back be able to send you the list of some links that I have for Android. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just looking as I speak to you guys, but unfortunately, I don't have the bookmarks here with me. But do take note of in developer Android, the guides, and really like look at the different capabilities that you have to be able to swipe views. So like for example, in the tour guide, you might want to like just swipe between different attractions. So you would be able to very quickly, by looking at these examples, write fragments and be able to like implement with a view pager that functionality, right? So for example, you have this capability here. So if some of you are wondering how I could add that, I'm just gonna like send you this link. But by all means, do have a look. Okay, there's another question. So let me see. So one more thing. Why do we prefer strings instead of hard coding? I understand you can change the code easier, but using above the hard coded isn't the same with the string one. Okay, so let me read. Why do we prefer strings instead of hard coding? Okay, I understand that you can change the code easier, but using above the hard coded isn't the same with the string one. Yeah, so I don't know what you mean with the double slash above the hard coded. Isn't it the same with the string one? But I don't know if you want to clarify this, but basically, in a nutshell, the idea is the following, right? The idea is to say that why do we use strings? And I'm guessing that as per your question, you were alluding to strings like these. So like how I was using, this city name in my layout here. So like, why did I do add string rather than typing directly Paris tour guide, right? Here, for example. Or actually, here in this example, I'm using this in an XML file, but actually, like you could be showing, for example, something very simple as you could be just saying, look, like we could create a toast, for example, right? And we could just say, so toast, make text, for example, right? And we could just say, get application context. So char sequence, hello, hello YouTube. And here I would just say long, so length long, okay? And then I would just say show. So for example, if we ran this, right? So if we run this, you see that it shows me hello YouTube here, right? I don't know if you guys saw this. So I'm trying to maybe quickly bring this up again in case some of you missed it. So that's because the activity is now not, see that this is now on create is not being called because the object already exists. So that's why the toast didn't work. So now I have to close the app and restart it so that on create gets called. So you see this hello YouTube here, right? So now the question is like, you can see that now we're not in an XML layout, we are here in the code, and I've hard-coded values here. So you should not do this. This is bad because the day you would want to go and turn on, so like if you were only addressing the like English-speaking market, so then this would work, but the day you would, if you had this kind of hard-coded strings sprayed across your code base, then the day you want to like implement like translate your application in 3 new languages, then you're going to have to do a lot of search replace in your code, which is not a great thing, right? So the recommended way and the Android way of doing things is to actually put these resources into files, because the internationalization process of Android is it follows a convention model which says I expect certain directories with certain prefixes and suffixes, or just without any. And depending on the existing of directories with certain prefixes or suffixes, I will reorder certain important files, when you'll be launching your application. So if you wanted to, so the way that, and this is just unfortunately one of those things that you have to just take it as it is, because the framework has been designed like that. So for French, like I had said earlier in the morning, that if I wanted to specify a French representation for the internationalization, I would actually create another folder like this, and I would call this values, but I would call this values, FR, that would be the name, and here. So like if I wanted to have now a French version, of this, whatever values I would put in here, I would just like copy this file here, right? And then I would just, paste the French version of this here, and then I would just translate the values. Now, because and you can see there's like a French flag now that has appeared because it has picked up that this is specific to France, but the value really comes in the fact that you can not only use this in XML, but you can then also apply this to your also Java code. So here now what you would do is that you would say, you would first get a reference to get resource, and then you would say get string, and then here you would specify the ID basically of that value basically. So here you could say get resources, get string, and right now we haven't created this, so I'm going to create a new element here, and this is going to be my toast message, toast bonjour. Okay, so my toast hello rather. So toast hello, and here I'm going to say this is in English, right? So by specifying this now, I can reuse the same key here in the French version, and I would just put that same key. The important thing is the key, so this cannot change. But here, I would just say ceci est en français, and then this would be my translation of that, hello in French, and then when I would be running this now, basically I would go and get the value. So how do I do this again? I just need to quickly remember. Wait, so this is, let me see, this format argument of this, I don't need it. String ID. So what I need is a string resource here. Okay, and get resources, get oops. Do get string, and then here there was something that I'm missing. Wait, let me just quickly check this. I haven't. It's completely just Android get reference to resource string. This is something that. So is it? No, get string. So central is get identifier. Oh no, it's something more simple than that. There you go. That's it. That's the one. There you go. So that's what I was missing. It was just so if I go back here, get string to say that's the string type that should be returned, and here I'm going to say toast hello, right? So now what we have done here is we have removed the hard coding, and we're delegating the lookup of the value to a string value in in an XML file. So now if I run this, obviously the result is going to be exactly the same thing as we saw previously, but the cool thing is that, well, actually no, because I remember I changed it, but as you saw that this is in English, right, appeared, and now because this thing is being sourced from this file now, so that's why this is the better way to do things rather than hard coding it, if that makes sense. So Jason, I don't know if that kind of answered your question or not, but just to come back to what you were asking, is the comment of the programmer. Oh, okay. So you mean the comments? So you can change the code easier, but using above the hard code isn't the same with the string one. I'm afraid that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just kind of I don't know if you're talking about this hard coded string that I just showed you. I hope that was what you were kind of referring to, but we don't really need to use string, right? I'm not used to string, so I don't really like it. So no, you should. Well, one of the things, right? So if you look at the rubric, right? So remember, the rubric is your element for all of you to kind of it's the yardstick, right? It's what you're going to be judged against, right? So if you see that, you would see that you shouldn't be hard coding the values, because it's specified here, if I'm not mistaken, that you should be using here. See, all strings are stored in the strings XML resource file, right? So you shouldn't be hard coding anything. If you do that, then you will not be able to fulfill this requirement of the rubric, and unfortunately, I think your review will be declined. So I would not recommend you do that. I would recommend you do it the way I showed you, where if you have any, if you have any hard-coded strings, just move them into a strings file, give them, a key here with their value, and then you can very easily, it doesn't cost you a lot actually. If you just look at the line, it's just a one-liner, right? You just get a reference to the resources, say get string. I mean, if it was a number, you could just say get integer if you want, and then that would convert it to whatever, right? So up to you. But as you can see, it's very straightforward, and it's the recommended way. So I would highly recommend that you do it that way. I hope that answers your question. And if you're not used to it, well, I can appreciate that, but that you're not used to it. But then I think there's also like one of the best practices to adopt as soon as possible. So you start using, you get into the good habits. So I would highly recommend that, as soon as possible, you kind of like migrate to this way of doing things. And as you saw, really, it's just like a simple small instruction set. It's like a one-liner, and it's like just 3 calls. So it's very straightforward. But for this project, you definitely have to do what I did, because in the rubric it clearly states that you shouldn't be hard coding anything, and to that extent I would highly recommend that you don't hard code anything. I think you should definitely do like I just showed you, because otherwise you won't be able to fulfill the requirements of the rubric. You guys have any more questions, or can we just go on to onto a break potentially? We're coming up to it, so I'm happy to take a bit more questions. I got a couple more minutes. Sorry, yes, Matt, I'm sorry. I think I did see your message previously, and I didn't get back to you on that. So let's see. I was thinking to play around with GPS integration to enable events according to the GPS position, right? Which steps should I follow for the integration? That's a very good question. Okay, so okay, I personally haven't used yet the GPS integration, but I can kind of like maybe shed some light to it. First of all, the first thing you would need to do is first get the permission. So one of the first things you will have to, let me share my screen again. One of the very first things you'll need to do is you will need to go into your Android manifest here, and here you would need to add user permissions here, okay? And you would have to add a GPS location hardware, right? So if you see my screen here, Matt, if you see my screen, you should be able to check which level of, is it location hardware, access coarse, or fine, depending on the level of, detail. So first of all, you would need to add this permission, because without that, if you make a call to the location API, your code will just bomb out. It will say that you won't have permission, right? So that's one thing. Once you have updated your Android manifest and added that find location permission, you would then need to access the GPS content provider or location service by looking it up through the location service. So to be fair, I'm not sure exactly how that worked, because I have not done that previously, but I'm guessing it shouldn't be that complicated. So you should be using the location service by getting the system services. So I can't remember system service, how that would work. I mean, I can quickly have a look for you here, but Android get GPS location, right? and I'm pretty sure that like this is must have asked many times. And so like, there you go. Like you have to use the find location. There you go, and then you would just get the location manager and then implement. So I'm just going to send you this link, as apparently this answer is quite, detailed. So you could do that, but once again, like you can definitely do that, and you'll get all that information. So that's the way I would do it. Update the manifest file, add your permissions, get the layout manager as explained. Follow this answer and this question. It seems quite detailed, and from that point on, you will have your GPS. Now, the other thing you would need to do, though, right, is that in your data model. So let me come back to the data model that we were talking about. We saw in this morning. So I don't know from what point on you started following, but when we were going through the requirement documentation, sorry. So if we look at where is it? The requirement documentation here, right? I mean, that we were like kind of like following. You saw that in the attraction POJO that we created, it had phone number, business hours. So now you would have to additionally introduce some kind of GPS location. So what I would recommend here is that you create a new class here called GPS location, for example, right? So this class would have then latitude and longitude coordinates, right? And this GPS location and you'll have to maybe like kind of have some kind of approximation also built in. So if something was at coordinate, let's say 2530, depending on the level of granularity and precision that you're getting from your phone, that the user will be getting on their app, that 2530 should have like a maybe -10, +10 kind of error margin, so that if they're near about in that area, when you get that information, you would need to then look it up, that information. So for example, early on when we were looking at the factory here, you saw that we said that we are going to put the attraction map and we're going to put the key, which would be the name of the attraction, so that will give us quicker access time. For example, what you could do then at this point is that you could create another mapping here and say attractions per GPS coordinates, for example, right? And then what could happen is that for the application attractions GPS coordinates, what you could do is that you could say put, and here you could create your own key object, which would be the key, which would be coordinates. And then, this object would kind of have some logic specifying, am I in this area or not, for example. And then depending on that GPS location, you would map that to also a common attraction object, right? And that's one way for you then to, as per the GPS location, retrieve the corresponding attraction. I hope that makes sense and it was clear. So do let me know if that was not clear. So one quick question before we go into the break. So Ryoko-san is asking, when we create a new project, we have those constraint layout first built in. Should we try to use it instead of a linear layout? So that's okay. So constraint layouts is like a very new layout, and it's fantastic, actually. It's very, very helpful. However, it's a bit more involved, and I would say that it depends on what you want to do and how you want to style your UI. Constraint layout, the purpose of a constraint layout is, let me kind of, well, I'll try to demonstrate this after the break. I have to import the constraint layout. Oh, actually, it's already there. So maybe actually, let me see. So let me actually just create a layout quickly here and see. So if I went into the attraction detail here, right? So I'm going to delete all of this stuff here, and I'm going to I'm going to change this to a constraint layout. So the advantage of the constraint layout is that it's going to give you like very fine-tuned positioning of elements, right? So you could, for example, have an image view, right? And then you can just have an image view here, right? And okay, I'm just going to put this IC launcher here. And then you can have like text view here, for example. And then what can happen here is that you can like, position it like that. And then the advantage of this now positioning system is that you can specify the text view and say, look, I want the text view to be always in line in respect to the image, right? So you can drag and drop these constraint boundaries. That's why we call it a constraint layout. And now by like showing these two constraints, so I'm gonna like try to make this a bit bigger, so I'm hoping that you guys can see. So what I've done here, right, is that let me try to just show you the blueprint. Maybe that'll be easier. I don't know if this is let me know. I hope you can see this clearly. I hope this is clear. What you can do here, right, with this constraint layout is that you can do very fine-tuned positioning of elements. So now whenever you're going to move this image, you see the text view is going to be moving around with it, like be aligned in the middle, right? So then you can take this image and you can say, look, this image, I always want it to be coming here on the right. I always want it to be like 16 dp from the left, and I always want it to be like that. And then you can put an upper margin like that and say, I also want it to be always 16 dp here. So I would say, depending on the granularity and the vision that you have of your UI, maybe a constraint layout will give you more flexibility. However, there's absolutely nothing wrong removing the constraint layout and just going for a good old, grid layout, which is also very capable. The advantage you will get with a grid layout over a constraint layout is that the grid layout will give you really a lot of power in terms of pure alignment of the elements. So allow me to elaborate on this point. So let's say on the grid layout, you want to like have maybe like 2 or 3 columns. And you know what? Let me get back to you. So I'm going to take a short break because I need to go to drink some water. So I'm going to just take a short break. I'm going to come back after the break in 15 minutes. And I'm going to like show you the advantages of the grid layout versus the constraint layout in terms of positioning. So there is no right or wrong answer for this. There's no right or wrong answer, but it's up to you, right? It's really like on how you want to play it. I would say to you that constraint layouts, I find it like fantastic because they have really improved the relative layout, and it gives you this capability, right? As you saw with this fine tuning that we were doing by pulling elements here and there. But yeah, it's up to you. I would say go with the grid layout because it gives you great alignment. I will cover this after the break just to kind of give you a bit more color, especially for those people who might not know about it. And then if you want to go with the constraint layout, it's all good. It's a learning curve. There's a learning experience. There's no right or wrong answer. Experiment. And as you experiment, you will learn more of the subtleties between the different types of views and the pros and cons. And I think that's the way you should go about doing it. But so for that, like there is like really, no right or wrong answer. Okay, so just going to take a short break, and I'll be back in 15 minutes, and I hope you guys will be there too, and we're going to keep on talking about some cool Android stuff. All right, see you in a bit. All right, everyone, let's start again the session. So we stop at, like, for example, Ryoko-san was asking, like, should we like be using constraint layout or like something like a linear layout or whatever? And I would say to that, like, it depends on what you want to do. One of like the advantages versus constraint layout, the constraint layout will give you very fine-tuned capabilities in terms of, you know, specifying how you want to like set up your objects in respect to each other. But one of the other great advantages of, for example, grid layout is to give you a very clear-cut alignment. So let's let me share my screen again and show you, for example, like if we were doing grid layout, right? And if we were saying, for example, column count here. So let's say if I had 2 columns here, right? And we were just like adding text views here. And so let's say if we're going to be adding text views and then another text view, and another text view. And then if I wanted to say, so column 1, column 2, 1, this is 0. And this would be layout column 0, and this would be layout column 1. So if we were like showing, so row 1, I think I missed the row number, I believe here. So layout row 1, and this is layout row 1, and this is layout row 2. Layout row 2, I believe that this, oops, why did it go all the way down? Have I changed the orientation of this? Row count, say 2. Start plus span wasn't. Did I put span somewhere here? So row count, column count, row count 3. So it's putting them on. Interesting. So I don't know what this is doing. So column. So this was column 0. Oh, that's why. Okay, so this is 0. Column 0, row 1. Wait, does it start at 0 also? I always mix up if. So column 1, row 0, and then column 1, row 1, then row 1, and then column 1. Okay, so there you go, right? So you can still, and what we're going to do is I'm going to add some padding so that the elements are a bit kind of far away from each other. So I'm just going to add 7 dp padding to all of it. So you can see, like, you know, how the elements are. So actually I can maybe add a bit more padding also to, so I think that this is going to be, so I'm just going to add a bit more padding just so that's a bit more visible. Padding is 5 dp, and then I'm just going to like duplicate this and move it here, and duplicate this and move it here, and then duplicate this and move it here. So like, the idea is, like, depending on what you want to do, it's so easy, for example, with a grid layout to have this kind of perfect alignment of elements that you'll have a much harder time to do on its own with using linear layout or using even constraint layout, because as your things will move, this width, you will be able to fully control this with grid layout. So for example, if you want to make forms and you want to like add a button here, a submit button or something kind of where you want to have like label field, and then you want to put an input text here field, except like just like if you're designing a form, then by all means, I think that the grid layout is like one of the best layouts to do that, even more than constraint layout, for example. So it really depends, like, you know, what kind of alignment and what kind of like flexibility you want. So I hope that kind of like answers your question, Yoko-san. Okay, so Toma is asking, I'd like to ask about some hints concerning how to connect this app with beacon technology. Okay, so I would love to answer that, but unfortunately, Toma, I do not know what beacon technology is. If you maybe can provide me a link, or sorry, if you can just provide me maybe some background, or like is it like some kind of is it like some kind of web service API that you can call? Is it like a web service something? I'm not sure what this is. So if you can just give me some sorry, some background on that, then I could try to maybe respond to you on that. Generally speaking, because unfortunately I don't know what beacon technology is. Sounds cool though. So in respect to what we had covered today, so we covered like different points of the rubric required for this project. From an Android point of view, I just would like to give you some feedback in terms of like when I was learning Android and the difficult parts that I kind of like had difficulty to wrap my head around, and it was actually mostly due a lot to the following, basically. So I don't know if how much you guys have looked into this, but one thing that I will definitely say that that you should really consider looking into is to the most so maybe this is not a great example, but one thing that maybe I can just like look at this example. But let's see on this, because this also has its own diagram. So on the official website, right, of Android, you have this whole activity life cycle. I would highly recommend you guys like, maybe print out this diagram and like, hang it near your computer or wherever it is that you work. And you can also like maybe download a PDF or this image version onto your desktop on your computer, and then always like keep it handy, like with a shortcut, so that you can refer back to it. A lot of your problems in terms of maybe data not being refreshed or data not being called at the right time, for example, are going to stem from you not being able to, your code not making the call at the right time. So it's vital to understand. So just like, let me give you a quick example again, right? I mean, with with the example earlier, when we were running this guide application. So just if I come back to the main activity, perfect. So it's here. So I just want to show you. I just want to illustrate something here for you guys. So I'm going to run the application that we were like seeing earlier, right? So if you look at the application here, you see the pop-up, you see the toast appear, right? But now look what happens if we shut down the application, right? And we restart it, right? You see that the toast does not appear, right? So what that means basically is that if you look at the code, right, and if you look at the code, you see that we're showing the toast in the onCreate method, right? But if you look at the activity lifecycle, you see that the onCreate method is called first, then it's followed by onStart, onResume, and then when you put it on pause, which we did when when we click, on the application, so when you click this home button and you put the application background is basically on pause, that is called at that point, and then when the user returns to the activity, was basically, so at this point, when we pressed home, we're actually at on stop, so the activity is no longer visible. And then when the user navigates back, we go back into on restart, and then we go back onto start, and then we return at that point from there on. So you see that on create is never on create is never called back again, and that explains why, we don't see anymore that that toast pop-up appear anymore, right? So to be able to fix that, like we could potentially override on restart or on start. So let's override on start here, right? And so I'm gonna override on start, and I'm gonna move this here basically. Now bear in mind that some UI operations have to be done on the UI thread, so you cannot just do them anywhere. And because this is a UI operation, because you're showing something, but I think on onStart it's okay. So if we do this, so if we run this and we come back to the application, you see that we see the toast, right? So if we put this in that background mode, and we run it again, you see that it's now appearing every single time. So this is all due to the fact of understanding, where you are in the life cycle and what are the actions that your application is performing in the different overrides, right? At those life cycle stages. So one of the key problems that I faced early on when I was learning Android development, I still am actually, but like in the early days when I was completely new to Android, this was like one of the things that I was not fully, appreciating or trying to remember. And so I sometimes do not understand why my data was not being refreshed immediately, but when I quit my application and restarted, it was all working. So this is the reason why. So I would really recommend you guys spend some time understanding where in the life cycle all these events and callbacks are called, so that you can, inject your code and put it in the right places. Now, there's another twist to this also, which is very important, that this is the activity lifecycle. And the other thing that you should also consider, which is very important, is the fragment lifecycle, which is also different and is kind of intertwined with the activity lifecycle. So this is the fragment lifecycle, and the fragment lifecycle and the active lifecycle are overlapping at some key points. So it's also very important for you to kind of understand exactly when using fragments, and you'll be using them sooner than later, to exactly which point they're going to be overlapping and interacting, so that you can also call your code at the opportune moment to be able to have the result that you are awaiting. Okay, so this is something really I would highly highly recommend you guys look into, and I'm gonna post these two links to you guys so that you can also bookmark these. But very, very important to understand these life cycle events, because without them, you'll get into frustration mode, and you won't be able to figure out why things are not working. Okay, Thomas. So a platform for marking up the world to make your app and device work smarter by providing timely contextual information. Okay, so I'm guessing it's some kind of a check-in kind of thing, wherever you are. So so let's see, gives your users better location and proximity experiences by providing a stronger contact signal for the device in the form of Bluetooth Hello Energy. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Thanks for pointing out this thing. I personally haven't been paying too close attention to frameworks or technologies that more user location based or location awareness, but this definitely looks nice. And so how you would integrate it, I think that was your initial question, if I'm not mistaken. So the way I would, so let me try to explain this to you guys in terms of how you would connect this app. So I'm not going to dwell, because like I said, I'm not familiar at all with this technology, so I don't know exactly what are, the different API calls that can be made on it. So I'm not gonna be unfortunately able to give you more information on this. But what I will be able to help you on is to how to organize your code, and maybe that was the purpose of your question of how you would like maybe interact with this code and how you would maybe inject it in your code. So concepts of Java that's very, very important in Java programming language, extension Android, is the use of interfaces. Okay, so a bit of time here to kind of like explain to you guys interfaces and exactly like how to look at them. An interface in Java, and also by extension in Android, is a contract. Okay, so when you declare an interface, you should look at an interface as a contract that you are establishing with whoever who is going to interact with that interface. So let me give you a bit more concrete example. Okay, so let's put the tour guide application to the side. So I just want to like bring your attention to first the global concept, and then we're going to take that concept and we're going to apply it to the tour guide app, and hopefully the whole thing will make more sense. Okay, so in terms of, I'm just going to quickly see if there are any questions. Okay, no, there are no questions. So interface. So let's say, for example, that we are working for a company, right, that provides software to control light bulbs in your house. Okay, so we are a software company, and we work with hardware providers that give us hardware systems that we then go and deploy at our customers' houses, and we deploy our software on this hardware so that our customers can interact with their light installation through our software. So to be able to effectively carry out this functionality, we as software engineers, we devise a clean interface, a contract. Okay, so interface, you can think contract in your head, of how our systems are going to, what are the behaviors that our light system is going to expose. So we're going to have, let's say, a light switch contract, okay? And in our light switch contract, we can do multiple things. So for example, and I'm going to pretend that all of our methods are our API returns integers, so codes that mean various things. Okay, so for example, I'm going to call one of our APIs, which is switch on. Okay, so if I define the description of this API, I'm going to say powers on the switch, the lights. Okay, and it returns 100 if all is well, if all went well, otherwise, and for example, minus 100 if light weren't turned on. Okay, so this is we as software engineers, we're working on this contract together, and we're creating this interface. So if I would schematically describe this, we could like write it like this, right? For example, so we, software company, right? We define an interface. We define an interface, contract, right, with our providers, and these are our hardware manufacturers. Okay, so from a hardware software point of view, we have to establish a protocol of communication between hardware manufacturers and our software, right? So at this point, the software company, that is us, we are going to then define its contract saying to the manufacturers, your implementations for your hardware switches should correspond to this interface, because in our code on the other side, we are going to be calling this contract, so the expected API. So we have a switch on, we would have then the same way switch off. Okay, and I'm taking this time a bit here to explain to you because it's vital for you to understand how interfaces and how you should think about interfaces and how and why you should always use interfaces, because they provide you with a very clean mechanism to make your code less coupled, so that the elements between themselves can be very easily changed without causing too much ripple effect throughout your code base when you start, making substantial changes to parts of your code. And I'm going to come back and try to wrap this up with the tour guide and the beacon technology question to show you like how we could isolate our code while still being able to have flexibility to adapt to beacon technology or some other technology when that technology should come around the corner. Okay, so I have switch on, switch off. We could have another one called recycle, so that will just do a whole check of the system, recycle. So, and so I think for the time being, for the example's sake, this is fine. Okay, so we've got these three contracts. Okay, fantastic. So what happens now? Well, from here on, let's look at two simple quick examples. We have manufacturer one, okay, light switch implementation, okay. Okay, and this guy implements that contract. So this is the first manufacturer. It's manufacturer one. Okay, so this is our manufacturer one. Okay, and he implements the light switch contract. Okay, and the light switch contract states that you have to provide switch on, switch off, recycle, right? There's no choice. The code will not compile if we don't give all of these three methods. They have to be there. That's the whole point of having interfaces, which are contracts. Okay, so here let's say something. Let's do this, right? So let's say this manufacturer one, the way when it turns on, the way it does is that it does some technical setup. It does technical setup and technical setup, and this thing will take, let's say, 3 seconds. So we're going to sleep. So we're going to pretend that this thing takes 3 seconds to bring up the whole systems, and then it returns with code 100. And if there's an exception anywhere, it will return with code -100 to say, hey, there was an error, I could not start. Okay, now another example here would be then manufacturer two, right? Manufacturer two, light switch implementation, has another way, because he's using another type of technology in their implementation, right? And he is not using, let's say, latest halogen equipment. He's using some other kind of equipment, and when he needs to power up the systems, well, he does that in 10 seconds, let's say. Okay, that's the way they roll. Their technology is a bit more demanding, so it takes 10 seconds, for example. So you see that this is two different implementations, right? From two different manufacturers of our contract, right? So But we as consumers of this interface, right, as users, we are completely oblivious. We are not worried about who the implementation is, who's providing us the implementation, because the whole point of contracts is to abstract, is to shield the specifics of the implementation. The idea is to focus on what are the actions that can be done, right? What we, from a software company point of view, what's important for us to understand is that we can turn on the switch, we can turn it off, and we can recycle it. Okay, so in our example, I just showed you the implementation of switch on, but obviously both manufacturer implementations would also have switch off implemented, as well as recycle. Okay, so this is at a very high level, quickly, an overview of what interfaces are for, and like how people can have different implementations. Okay, now with this said, I'm going to quickly check if there's any question or not. Okay, so with this said, the idea is, so I'm just going to see some new people joining, so I'm just going to like, send out maybe the link to the live session. Okay, so we as developers now are not worried about the implementation. We just know that some object that we're getting will be implementing this contract, and that's all we should worry about. It's a separation of concerns. Each implementation should worry about what it does, and it should do it well. And we should just think about contracts and expect that implementations for a given contract will work out the way they're how they should work out. And that's for them to know, not for us, users, consumers of the contract. Okay, so this was a high-level overview of the interface. Now, let's take the same concept now and apply it to our use case of our tour guide. So Matt and Toma both kind of brought up the question on how would we go about integrating this with GPS, for example, or the beacon technology. So this is a great actually timing of the question, because this is a perfect example of why interfaces are important and how you could use them, right? So let me give you a concrete example here. So we're going to take these two examples. We have beacon technology on one end, and we have a GPS technology on the other. Okay, and so what we are, from a tour guide point of view, what we are interested actually is just a location, right? The concept of beacon technology, what the value that they're providing is location, like how finally I can get it, that's dependent on the implementation, right? But the concept is location. Okay, so we can introduce our own abstraction where we're going to call it attraction location. Okay, and rhyme is not intended. So we're going to introduce this concept of attraction location through an interface, through a contract. So this is our contract, and we're going to say, and look, this is the interesting part, right? We're going to say list of attractions, right? So that's what our expectation is from us as developers, right? We want a list of attractions, and we're going to call this by saying, resolve. So resolve, given a coordinate systems, so given coordinates, okay, I want you to resolve from these coordinates a list of attraction. Okay, so I'm going to create now, introduce this concept of coordinates here, right? And just for the sake of example here, I'm just going to maybe keep it very simple and say longitude and latitude. Okay, and then I'm just going to create constructor for both elements here, and I'm just going to just add a getter for both things. Okay, so longitude and latitude. Great. Okay, great. So this is our contract as software engineers using making the tour guide app, and we have two providers, okay, two providers. So we're looking at this. So we are ourselves our own providers of services, right? So we're going to have two hats. We're going to right now we're going to wear one hat as the tour guide application developers, and we're going to wear another hat as the attraction location manufacturers or implementers or providers, if you will. Okay, so we have defined it right now wearing the tour guide developer hat. We have defined here what we are expecting as a contract. We're not bothered of who gives it to us as long as it's giving us a list of attraction. Okay, great. Now let's tackle the first question in respect to what Matt was asking. He was worried about, sorry, not worried, but he was asking about like, okay, how do we go about getting the GPS location, right? So he's going to provide us, like, so we're going to do a GPS location, you know, implementation. So we're going to call it GPS attraction location, okay? So this is a concrete implementation, okay? And this implements our attraction location, okay? And this attraction location obviously is going to give, you know, resolve a list of attractions at this point with the coordinate system. So at this point, what's going to happen here, right, is that, you know, from the location manager, you know, get permissions, et cetera, get access to the current location, okay? And then from that, resolve, you know, attractions. So here we introduced earlier, you know, something called an attraction factory, and I was touching on this, you know, earlier, that we could now also introduce an attraction per GPS coordinates, and then these, you know, attraction per GPS coordinates here could map a coordinate system, like to new coordinates, for example, right? And here I could put, I don't know, I'm going to make this up. So I should have maybe put these as as double values rather than ints, but that's just a detail. Let's call it that it's longitude 25 and latitude 30. You know, this is going to be giving me the location of, let's say, the Eiffel Tower, right? So this is Eiffel, and then this is going to be giving me the location of, so this thing is taking, sorry, my bad. So this is the key. The coordinates is the coordinates, and so I'm going to reuse this attraction object also, and I'm going to replace, so Eiffel is here, and I'm going to specify Eiffel here, right? So now I have two systems here, one that takes a string, which is going to be the key when I want to look up, when we want to look up attractions by their name, because it's going to be more performant, as we saw, compared to going through a very big list of attractions. And another map that has ordered the same attractions but by a different key set, which here is the coordinates of where the user is at that very moment. So we can also now augment the API. So ideally speaking, we should have been also implementing an interface here, but I don't want to overload you guys with too much information. So I'm just going to keep it simple. We're just going to introduce a new method here that's going to say public static here, just like the other. And it's going to give us the same way, you know, attraction, same thing, but we're going to say get attractions, but this time we're going to pass in a coordinate systems, right? Coordinates here. And then what we're going to do here simply is we're going to say return, and we're going to make this a class member, and we're going to like initialize this GPS coordinate system here in the constructor, and the constructor. So potentially, like I could move all of this, you know, all this stuff in the constructor also, because it will be just more effective, and also create make this also generify this, and so now this cannot be from. So I've just transformed this into a static one, and yeah. So this would now. So this will still give me the attractions list, and this would return me the attraction per GPS coordinates, right? So now I would go attractions per GPS coordinates and get, and I would just give in the coordinates right now that I've got, right? And then I would just get back the list of attractions. Actually, so at this point I wouldn't. So we could say that it's a list of attractions because maybe you're at this crucial point where it's overlapping with multiple attractions. So I'm just going to change this to a list of attractions. Okay, so this is our contract, right? So this is how it's working. And so here I'm just going to create a new array list, for example. So list of attraction and attractions nearby, new array list, and attractions nearby, add, and it's going to be Eiffel Tower, right? And then this is going to be attractions nearby. Okay, so cool. So this is like, so we all started with this. So just a quick recap to make sure that everyone's up to speed. We introduced a new contract that we, when wearing our hat as tour guide developers, we're saying, okay, let's resolve the coordinates and get a list of attractions that might be nearby that coordinate system, right? Now, we saw that potentially we can have two providers or manufacturers of coordinate technology that could give us our list of attractions. So we saw that one provider, now we are changing our hats and we're becoming the location providers, is the GPS attraction location. And we saw that now we can get attractions by coordinates. So in the comments, you saw that we were resolving through the location manager and we're getting access to the current location. And then we would just give in the coordinates, and let's pretend that we would be at, coordinates 3464. And then this would return us the list of, all attractions that are nearby, right? Cool. So now in the same way, we would use the beacon technology, the beacon technology attraction location, right? And same thing that this this implementation would now implement in the same way our attraction location contract, right? That it has been mandated by us tour guide developers to the service providers, right? And then you would hear, and this is where I'm thinking that I won't be unfortunately of much help because I do not know exactly how the beacon technology works. But in the same way, here you would get access to the beacon technology, framework, if you will, and you will make and retrieve current position, right, of user. And that would be a coordinates object also, like you would create, right? And then you would just say, you'd say return factory, attraction factory, get attractions. In the same way, you would say new coordinates, but this time the coordinate values would be coming from the beacon technology system and not by the GPS of the phone. And then you would just put in whatever value that your GPS beacon technology system would give, and then in your main activity, right, you would then be able to specify, and maybe by setting up a button on click, depending on which option they choose, you would be able to swap in and out one implementation or the other, right? So that way you could just switch now, and your main abstraction has become your attraction location at this point. So right, so it connects by Bluetooth. So then that's like even more fine grained. So so I hope that kind of like answers, like in respect to what you were asking me, like in your hints concerning how to connect this app with beacon technology. You're saying by Bluetooth. So if I quickly come back to the example here of Bluetooth, so you would have isolated, and so this is the point, right? You would have encapsulated in this resolve method all of your beacon technology specific logic, right? Where you would then be resolving, so first you would say, get permission. So you might first need to, in your Android manifest here, right? You might need to say uses, permission Bluetooth, something here, like Bluetooth privilege maybe, or you would have to see what are the specifics exactly of what permission you need to be able to access, Bluetooth and communicate with it. So once you've gotten the permissions here, then you would activate Bluetooth. If it's not turned on, then activate Bluetooth if turned off, for example. And so you would handle all these cases, but all of this is very encapsulated, and you see it's within this implementation. And from the other parts of your application, as far as your application is concerned, it's working with an attraction location, right? It does not care about beacon technology. It just specifies attraction location. And both, you can see that both GPS and beacon, they both are providing you with that list of attraction. They're just using different technologies under the hood, right, to get those values, if that makes sense. So I hope this kind of clarifies a bit how you would go about, specifying and integrating with other technologies. So please let me know, Toma, if this kind of like answers your question or not, or if you find this maybe unclear, and I would be happy to kind of like try to, explain maybe and try to give a bit more examples. Okay, so Ryoko-san is saying, as long as we implement recycled view, we will not have to use scroll view. Okay, so interest. Okay, right. So, okay, I got you. Okay, yes, you're absolutely right. In a nutshell, yes, absolutely. So, what is scroll view? Okay, so let's come back to our good old main here. Okay, so actually let me just make something else just in case, just to so let me create another resource file here. Let's call it main scroll. Okay, let's for the sake of argument, main scroll. All right, awesome. So this is our main application, and let's pretend now that so scroll view. When would you use scroll view? Obviously, every phone has a different screen size and different densities, right? So the amount of information that can be shown on a screen at any given time of your application on different devices is still going to be slightly different, as long as you've also specifically, respected the use of DP and SP, for example, and not using hard coding dimensions like PX, for example. So, which was also one of the requirements in the rubric, right? So let's create this hypothetical interface, right? So, because I just want to make the point very clear that recycler view and scroll view are completely two different things. They don't have any correlation as per se, right? So let's create a text view here, okay? And let's put in a text view here, and I'm gonna cheat a bit here, and I'm just gonna create the height here, and I'm gonna put in 150 dp here, okay? So this is how big my first text view is, okay? I'm a big text view, okay? Oh, so here I'm just gonna say I'm a big text view. Okay, so normally, okay, I don't know why it's just wanting every time to add this error button here. Okay, so we have this, so you can see that right now this is visible. Okay, so what if you had multiple text views like these? Okay, and let's say we had text view 2, and then we had here text view 3. Okay, so already with 3 now, we're starting to hit the limit now. Okay. So bear in mind that this is only layout, right? We're not using any kind of scrolling mechanism. It's just that in respect to the data that you're trying to show, let's say with a card view, you can see now that if these were attractions, right? So the Eiffel Tower was here, the first one, then this was Champs-Élysées, and this was the Louvre. And the last one, the Latin Quarter, you can see the Latin Quarter now is partially hidden here, right? You can't see it anymore. So if you had like a dynamic list, then you might have been using a list view or a recycler view because that would have a native built-in functionality. But if your objective is not to use such a data structure because it does not make sense, however, you still want to be able to give a full view control, this is where the scroll view comes in handy. So rather than having a linear layout, what you're going to do is that you're going to use a scroll view basically here. And what this is going to enable you to do now is that you'll be able to scroll, and you can see that actually, so it says that a scroll can only host one direct child, so that's fine. What we're going to do here is that we're just going to add a linear layout with match parent and wrap content, and this linear layout is going to just wrap all the text view together, right? So what is this complaining about? Wrong orientation. Okay, that's not a problem. Orientation, we're going to keep this vertical. Orientation, vertical. Okay, cool. So if you're going to come back here, you'll see that actually now the last one is not, it's not complaining anymore, because if we ran this, so we will now be able to scroll all these elements. So if we kept on adding more text views, you would be able to scroll. So the scroll view is like it's a simplified list view that does not require an adapter and will just enables you to be able to visually see all the elements that you have manually positioned, right? I hope that kind of answers your question, Ryoko-san. So in respect to Toma, to what you asked, yeah, so like in terms of integration, right? Just the way you should always, and to all of you listening, right? You shouldn't like to always think of whatever service that you're using, and it doesn't matter what your service is. Look at it as a foreigner to your code. If it's not something that you're writing, then it's a foreign code, and foreign code should be encapsulated by some kind of contract, i.e. interface, okay? So that will give you more flexibility, especially around testing, where you'll be able to inject different types of mock values to test the behavior of your logic. So in a sense, integration would be then for you to understand how that other service works. So in your case, Toma, it would be understanding how beacon technology works. But once you have figured out how it works, you should always hide that implementation behind an interface, and that interface should only expose method calls with business objects that you will need, that your application will be able to figure out. Okay? So I hope this kind of like answers your question for both of you. So let me know if you have so coming back to when I was learning, a couple of months ago when I started learning Android, it was, so like I said, this lifecycle thing is very important. So print out these two life cycles, the one for the fragments, one for these activities, and kind of like try to see of, try to commit this to memory if possible, because the more you'll remember this and the more you'll understand the subtlety and the flows that are happening here, the more effective code and the more easier you'll be able to debug and troubleshoot your applications. Okay. Now, with this said, another thing that's very important when it comes to Android is also a key element is, yes, so sure, Tom, I guess, do some research, and I think that a lot of people would be very interested, including myself, by what you find, because I had never heard about this technology. And actually, that's not quite accurate. I had actually I went to this I went to this conference called Android Makers this year, earlier in April, and actually there was someone who was doing a demo of this technology by Google, who was using Bluetooth. Actually, now I recall. So I did not know exactly that name was called beacon technology, or I know they were just not pushing it that much. And it seems like now they've kind of like gone to that level where you can now write systems using peer-to-peer with Bluetooth, and you can like send the application that was demoed back then was like an application that could just broadcast messages immediately to anyone that was around you. So it was like very useful in situations where if you were at a concert and suddenly you want to like notify messages for people that were in the vicinity of a certain area. So this technology could be very, very useful. So definitely do some research. I hope that I get some time to, because the application of this technology could be actually quite interesting. So yeah, definitely share what you learn. So the other important thing also in respect to Android, alongside the other things, was also to fully appreciate testing. Now, I know this is not going directly to, maybe not has been asked explicitly in your projects right now, but you'll see that very, very soon you are going to be confronted with the problem of refactoring. And when you're changing code, how do you make sure that your code is not breaking, right? So you must have noticed that by default, when you create an activity project with Android Studio, you get two different directories that are created. You have a test directory, and then you have an Android test directory, right? So the fundamental difference, why do you have these two directories, is that the simple directory called test on its own, this one is actually focusing on unit tests. So these are tests that run within your IDE. So they do not run on a device. They do not run on an emulator. They don't need a device. They simply test very isolated piece of logic that runs within one class. This is coming back to that same principle of single responsibility, that you should write a class in such a way that your class does just one thing and does it well, and you shouldn't be doing too much. Now, for some tests, though, that are much more involved, and specifically interface tests. So, for example, an interface test could be like when you click on the application and when it launches, you want to be able to scroll, for example. So, excuse me, I'll just drink some water. So what you would want to do basically is that you would want to be able to scroll and verify that your scrolling functionality, for example, hasn't broken, right? So anything that's involving the device when you're testing is also what we call an integration test, basically. And the way that the integration tests are run on Android is they are tests that are put in this Android test directory. Excuse me. So one interesting thing is that what I was stating to you previously is that when you're running a unit test to test your implementation and to write regression tests so that in the future when you change your implementation that you don't break anything, or if you do break something, which you will do, that at least you have code that notifies you immediately when you build your project that there's something that you have broke. So that way you can come back and review why something is not working well, how it was working before. So these tests are run in your IDE, like as in like right in Android Studio. The difference with Android tests now is that what's going to happen is that when you write these tests to test your database calls, to test your web service calls, to test your UI calls and your UI's action, all of this is going into be an integration test or a device test. So you're going to write all your test cases in this directory under Android test and Java and then your package hierarchy. And what happens is that when you run this test, there are two things that happen. There are two APKs that get deployed. There's the APK of your application that gets deployed on your emulator. So let's say you're running this test against your emulator. Your two APKs are built by the Gradle build system. So one APK represents your application and it's deployed onto your emulator. Another APK is built containing all of your instrumentation tests, and they get deployed as another APK onto your emulator. And then the build process triggers this second APK, that represents your tests. And then these tests are using the environment context of your application to be able to interact with the application's data or services or content resolvers, content providers, sorry, etc., etc. So this is another aspect that you should look into whenever you have time. I know these are not maybe immediate requirements for your projects, but you will learn with time that as the complexity of your application grows, you will very quickly need some way, some mechanism to be able to safeguard yourself from changes that might have some, detrimental effect to the the readiness of your application. And these tests are typically unit tests and integration tests. So that's how So you would need to then in your build-out Gradle import your unit test libraries, which are, for example, here test compile JUnit, and in the Android test compile is the libraries that you need for your integration tests. And here you might need to add also Espresso, which is, so it's already added here. Espresso, for example, is integration testing framework built by Google by the Android team to test the UI. So it's very exhaustive. You can do some pretty cool things, and I would definitely highly recommend you that whenever you get a moment, that eventually you start looking into these. So yeah, so we are like almost coming up to the hour for almost the last hour. So I'm going to take a break now for 15 minutes, and I'll be back online in 15 minutes for 7 o'clock, and then we'll do our final hour session for the day. Okay, so go ahead, stretch your legs, get some water. I'll do the same thing, and I will see you in 15 minutes. All right, thanks a lot. All right, everyone, we're back. So we left off on talking about testing and how important that is, and how, like, for the time being, that you are not being asked to work on that aspect of Android, but I cannot encourage you enough to start, getting to grips of exactly how unit testing and integration testing works, and be able to start, experiencing it yourself in your projects. So even though if it might not be requested, I would highly, recommend you that you start going to read up about it and start even, implementing it in your current project, definitely. Now, in respect to the tour guide app, I think as of now, we have pretty much touched on all of the rubric requirements. I would like to now keep on touching on different aspects, I think, of Android that might be helpful for you in terms of learning more about it. Now, one thing that you'll notice is that you are obviously all using pretty much Android Studio. And one of the things that is very important for you also to kind of appreciate is the command line. Now, the command line is something that you get directly through to build your projects, to run them. So if I go into this current project of mine, so I'm just gonna share my screen with you guys to so if you go to your project, as I had mentioned earlier, that there's a plugin, the Gradle plugin, that enables you to do builds and to compile and deploy even things to your phone or to your emulator. You can access a terminal shell here directly within from a plugin that is directly built into Android Studio, and that will enable you to also call Gradle. So, for example, if you're on Windows, you will be able to also access it. You'll then obviously have to use Windows shell commands. If you're on Mac OS or Linux, it will be commands for those systems, and you can directly go into, for example, the app, and if you'd like to run Gradle from the command line and build, you can just do that directly from the shell. Sometimes the reason why I'm telling you this is that it's important sometimes to troubleshoot some of the problems that you might have when you're building your project. It might not be very clear upfront when you're running something in Android Studio and when you're deploying something into the application. You might not see the error, and you might just get some vague message explaining that you have to maybe update this or that, or some file is there. So the advantage of running things in the command line is that you can pass in additional flags to show more verbose information and things like that. So, for example, when I just ran the clean, I can also say clean build to start compiling the project, and I can actually say verbose, for example, here, and this will show. So I think that it was not verbose. There's one is Stack Overflow, and the other one is the log level. So where is it? For example, stack trace, my bad. So you can show stack trace, or you can just say quiet, so that it will only log the errors. And so if, for example, if you went into, I think you have also another one, if I recall, maybe it's called info and debug. So if you run it like that, you will have actually more information. As you can see, the output is quite important here. I'm just going to quickly message on the channel here to say, so as you can see here, when we build with and without, so without and the info command and with, we can see that there was substantially more output with the -info flag, which will give you a much more detailed messages and the whole flow of what is that the Gradle process is doing. So if you're having more problems with it, you could just like activate the stack trace, also flag, and then that will show you any kind of exception that happens during the build. Okay, so this is also something that's very, very useful, and it will help you definitely if you're finding some kind of obscure problem when building your Gradle project. Now, one other thing of interest here also is the ADB daemon. So ADB stands for the Android Debug Bridge, and the latter actually is stored in where you downloaded your SDK. So if you go into Platform Tools, you will see that you'll have an executable called ADB. Okay, it's a file so that you can just run that. What this ADB binary does basically is that, so for example, right now I have the emulator running, or if you even have my device running, what it will enable me to do, for example, is that later on your projects, as you move forward, you will be required to create a database in which you'll be storing data and then retrieving it by making various queries against the database. Now, sometimes what might happen is that you might get some weird problems, and like, for example, specifically, like if your database instructions like insert commands or delete commands are not working how you're expecting, and let's say, for example, you did not write any integration tests, the ones that are in the Android test folder, another quick and easy way maybe to troubleshoot a bit the problem is to go and say, okay, let me have a look at the database that was created by my application and try to see why is it not working, or why is the data not being fetched, or some exception being thrown. So how would you get the database created by your app in your phone, like in your real device or even your emulator? So that's where the ADB bridge, for example, enters the scene to help you out. And with it, basically, you can connect to any device and that is currently connected to your PC. And given the proper ID of your application ID that was declared in your build.gradle file. So here that would be, for example, the application ID here, as you can see on line 7, is com Android example tour guide. So what this would enable you to do, for example, is to go and fetch some files directly from your emulator or your device, and then just download the SQLite database, for example. That's like one of the use cases of the ADB bridge. You can reboot your phone. You can do many things actually. So just to figure out how it works, you can just like say ADB -H or --help, and it will tell you all of the different commands that it knows, for example. So you can connect to your phone and run shell commands on it. You can like pull and push files. You can do many things. So one of like the most common commands is just to say ADB devices -L to list all the devices, for example. So for example, right now I have the emulator running on one of the other workspaces, like from right here. So I can see this emulator right being listed by ADB right here. So if I want to then just connect to it, then I could just like connect to this identifier. So if I look in the help, for example, you have that connection command. So it was right here stating connect right here. So in the general commands, you have devices, you have help, and you have version of the ADB daemon or binary, if you will, and you have connect and disconnect. So you could just say, for example, default port is 555. So if we didn't change that in the emulator, that's where the emulator would be listening. So you can just say ADB connect and the host, right? And the host is like it's a local host, right? Because it's running on my local PC. So I can just say ADB connect. I can't remember if I can use this device name, so I can try that. I'm not sure if that will work or not, but so like as you can see, it says like it doesn't know that emulator running on, unable to connect to 554 on that port. So maybe what it needs to use here is just localhost, for example. And now like it's connected. So you could potentially now like run pull and push commands, or you could just like, you know, get information on the emulator, for example, but within your own application identifier. So this is where, you know, you could like run the push commands, pull commands, sync commands. So this is something I would like really like, you know, would recommend that you go and kind of like look into, because it can be very it can be very helpful at moments. Specifically, like I know that I have connected to my devices and I retrieve often the SQLite database that my app created, so I can have a look at the data, how it's been structured, and sometimes because I was having problems, that really helped me out to troubleshoot some potential problems. Okay, so I'm just going to go back quickly to the question and saying, so Ryuko-san, is there okay, so I'm just looking at the error. All right, okay. So one of the reasons why this could happen is that so one of the students on the channel experienced a problem with the R class specifically, and so the R class is like a special class that keeps that converts the XML references in resource files and the resources directories such as drawable, the XX HDPI, the files in the values folder, etc. It takes these XML references and creates a reference to all of these files into Java, basically. So, and that Java file that get created is the R file that you see for your project. Now, what happens sometimes is that when you're building your project in Android Studio, sometimes Android Studio will fall out of sync with your local projects. Specifically, if you have built your project also in a shell by using a manual command line Gradle call. So at that point, what happens is that your Gradle and your, a bit like how we did it in this example here, like if we had run, just the way that we ran the Gradle project, the Gradle command manually here, then sometimes it happens that because the IDE now does not have the class files exactly where it was supposed to, because the Gradle manual build from the shell might have put the file somewhere else, or it has recreated some new files and the IDE is not in sync anymore. In that case, it will not maybe able to find that rsync file anymore. So that could also be the reason why that file does not, you know, because the IDE has now fallen out of sync, and that's typically, like, you can see this on my screen right now. You know, that basically is gone. So I'm just going to answer the question here on the channel. Yeah, this is like another element that you should definitely look into, this ADB bridge. It will be able to help you a lot in terms of figuring out what were the different, problems that you might have encountered, because sometimes studio completely, hides and shields away that the real true cause of a problem. So I'm just going to rebuild now the project with directly with Android Studio. So to put it back in sync a bit with the file, so that all these important files like the R file, which is a resource translated files from XML to Java code, is now available again. And as you can see now, by rebuilding it locally, I mean through the IDE, the files have gone back into sync again, and now all is well. So yeah, so I'm just going to quickly check now if there are any more questions. So I'm just going to wait. I think there are some people typing who might have some more questions. Sure, no problem. So, like, for those who are listening still on the live stream, like, if you have any more questions, like, don't hesitate. We still got, a good half hour left. So I don't want to there are some other topics that potentially I would like to talk to you about, but then I don't want to maybe overwhelm you with information that might just, maybe cause a bit more confusion. So if you have any more even there's simple questions that you think that are simple questions, maybe not worth asking, maybe there will be more information behind it or some more context that I could be able to maybe give you. So if you have any kind of, maybe question, by all means, don't hesitate. We still got plenty of time in front of us, so don't hesitate. One other thing I would also recommend you guys a lot is that, as you are learning this, try to think about something that you'd like to build for your own self, like for yourself, like any kind of application, maybe in respect to a hobby that you might have, something that in respect to some kind of, work that you might be doing in your community or helping out somewhere, or your sports club, or anything. So I would highly recommend that while you're learning these skills, to keep the motivation going and to actually give you a bit more, to kind of motivate yourself further, is to start building an app of your own. As you'll progress through this basic nano degree, you will learn, obviously you're going to start learning about databases soon and get more into more complex apps. But if you also have your own app on the side, first of all, you can confirm all that you've understood and reapply that and just get more experience coding. That's one thing. And then you also have that motivation of being able to build something. And, I think that could be very cool thing to do, because then you can later on share this also with the broader community and with your friends and your family. Yeah. So there's another question asked by Kebi. He's saying, what is the definition of an argument? So the definition of an argument is, I'm guessing, is this an argument in terms of an argument to a method? If the argument, if you're asking for a definition in the context of a method call, and an argument is just a parameter also that you are going to be passing into a method to be able to have it execute some kind of behavior. Now, an argument could also be something that you're passing into the command line. So, for example, if I was showing you, if you saw the Gradle command, for example, that I had even posted before, you can see that the clean word that comes after the Gradle w.sh script call, that is an argument that is provided to the script as a value that it would potentially expect. So by tool, do you mean the builder tool that is provided in Android Studio? I think what you might be missing is that did you import the tool's namespace? So Ryoko-san, if you look at my at the screen share right now, and if you look at one of the resources files that I'm opening now, one of the key things here to make sure is that you need to have tools text, right? And its namespace should be correctly imported. As long as you're doing that, then the card view is just a wrapper around, giving you some nice borders and other functionality. But at the end, the elements that are being shown inside it will be able to print and show you this placeholders. So the important part here is that you have to declare the namespace tools with the appropriate schema. So I'm just going to post this into the channel. So I'm just going to open your so I'm going to go here. So I'm looking at this card view tryout, but Ryoko-san, where is exactly your where's your relative layout? I mean, I'm having a bit trouble finding your layout. It should be in here, but there are only 2 XML files in your REST layout, and I don't see any relative layout in any of them. This is a linear layout, and the other one is just the list view element, which is a linear layout. So I'm not sure if you've pushed the change onto Git or not. Well, I'm looking at your item view. Okay, so I don't. Maybe have you pushed it? Can you double check that you pushed it onto Git, onto your branch? Because I see list view, I don't see item view. And I have activity main. Toma, in respect to fragments, we did not discuss them today yet, as the no question was asked. But I would be happy to kind of like cover this shortly, and how to explain fragments and how to use those. Okay, I'm just going to check what the problem might be here. So did you put this in the res layout directory, Ryoko-san? Because I can't. It doesn't appear for me. So are you sure you pushed it? So yeah, Ryoka-san, let me know. I don't know, for some reason, unfortunately, I just can't. I don't know if it's like a. I don't think it's a cache. Ah, there it is. Now it's there. Okay, good. Okay, item view, relative layout. So I'm just going to take your code. I'm going to take your file here. Let's see. Hopefully, if you don't have too many specific things here, I should be able to. Should be able to maybe. So if I go into here, so you see that it's here is saying missing class. So what class could it be? Now I just want to need to make sure that, so you need to remember one thing, right? Card views also needs to be, if I'm not mistaken, needs to be imported. I don't think that card view just comes, or does it? I just have a big doubt now. Wait, let me just quickly check Android card view. I think that you might need to add a Android card view dependency. I'm not sure if you need to import something. Do you need to add? Yeah, there you go. So you need to like add some kind of dependency here. At least I don't have it. You might have it locally. So first, I need to add it. Um, so let me sing this now, and let me check. So right. So I'm getting this now, as you can see on my screen. So I don't have the problem here. Although I'm not seeing now any, so I guess this is what you are having, right? So interestingly enough, there's no, this is interesting. So there is no tools text here. Card view. So if I just remove this height for the time being, so it needs it, because it definitely needs it. Gravity center, that seems fine. Relative layout. Oh, but that's a thing, right? Okay, so you have a relative layout within a relative layout. So you do have the tools here. An image here. And the text is supposedly interesting. So So the way I would approach this problem first is that start with a simple maybe approach by taking out as much as possible while keeping the essential, meaning that you can potentially maybe just remove the relative layout and just have the card view show itself with just the image view and the image here, right? Now, one of the reasons that this might not be showing here because you might not be able to show in your image view, so let me just recreate an image view here for you. So what you had here was a card view, right? So I'm going to put in another image view here because you had to specify also like an image view image basically. So that might be creating a problem here. So if I go into your text here, you see that the source compat here is this. So if I go and remove what you had declared first, I'm going to, so I have the image showing here, which is fine. Now, if I bring back just the relative layout that I had removed with the elements, so you see actually, haha, this is actually something very, very silly. And you can see that your font is actually white. And that's why you don't see anything, but it's all there. So because of the image now. And so you basically just need to, so I'm going to put back, I don't know if you can like show tools text here, but I'm guessing that if you went out to this very high level and you said text color, for example, or color, font color maybe, color, text. It's interesting. How come you're getting a white? There might be some kind of theme or maybe some kind of, I don't see right here, but basically maybe that's the default color of, but yeah, if you just change your color, I think you should be good of your font. So yeah, I mean, just let me quickly see Android change font color. So in XML, so let me just go back here in the code. I need to like maybe look at this design and see why there must be some kind of property here that sets the font color. Font. So if you just go back into one of these text views, and here, so here if I just go into the text color, you can see that this is white. So if you just put maybe red, then you see you have Big Ben appears. So somewhere there's this text color that's been specified by default. There you go, right? So you've put white. So if you just change this, you should be good to go. Okay, so Toma, in respect to fragments, right? Okay, so fragments, the idea behind those was that, so it was used to make reusable pieces of widgets of code that that you can reuse in different parts of your application. So the main idea was like when Honeycomb came out, that was when the first Android tablet came out, and because tablets have more screen real estate, you can turn them around, and they needed a system where dynamically we could just add and reuse components in different configurations. Now, in the context of the tour guide app, if you want to use fragments, the way to do so is that you first of all need to use components that are going to be geared towards fragments. So by definition, a fragment is going to be just a small sub-portion view of so it's going to be a small subset view. So for example, a good example here would be to say we would want to show our attractions as tabs. So tabs, when you click a tab, the content in a view pager would only show you the content related to that tab, and all of the other tabs will be hidden, right? So this kind of dynamic behavior is very well suited actually for fragments, and actually is only, I think, to the best of my knowledge, can be accomplished by using fragments. Besides maybe using some clever tricks using maybe the visibility and making elements go invisible or gone, in which case they're completely removed. But other than that, you want to use fragments. Now, to be able to use fragments, one of the key conditions is to use a fragment activity. Okay, so when your activity extends fragment activity, at this point you can start then declaring fragments and then referring to them in your activity. Now, the interesting thing is that when you use app compact activity for support reasons, so that previous versions of Android operating system could also benefit from the fragments, they augmented also this app compatibility activity class to also extend the fragment activity. So when you use the main activity class of the most recent SDK, your activity does not become a fragment activity. However, if you're using app compact activity, indirectly your activity is an activity and also a fragment activity. So that way you can do both things. Now, I'm not sure if I'll be able to provide you with a fully blown solution here right now of how to use, how to migrate, but I'll give you some pointers to put you in the right direction. One of the key things that you have to do at this point is, for example, is to create a package here. So to create a package here, let's call that fragment for sake of argument here. And then you need to start creating your different fragments. So let's say, for example, we're going to stick to the requirements that we had been building upon today, that we wanted to show 4 attractions here: Eiffel Tower, Louvre, Champs-Élysées, and Latin Quarter, right? So I'm just going to see if there are any questions. So building up from that, you could say that we would need 4 fragments, because the idea would be to say, hey, we're going to show 4 tabs. Each tab would represent one of these attractions, and when a user would click on one of those tabs, well, then all the details of that attraction will be visible, right? So the first thing is that there's going to be one main activity that's going to host this tabbed modal view of navigation and selection. Okay, so that would be, for example, your main activity here. That main activity should be a fragment, extending a fragment activity, which it is, as we just saw, because it extends app compat activity. After that, once we've done that, in the view that's going to be associated with this activity, so right now it's the main XML resource class here, we would have to declare tabbed, a tabbed pager. So so we have to, sorry, do a view pager, and that would be to wrap content, no, match parent for the width, and this would be wrap content, okay? So that's one thing. Now, the other thing is that this is how it'll have to be a tab host. So let me, although I did this like a couple of weeks ago, on one of my projects, and I don't exactly remember. So let me look at this quickly. It's tabbed view, right? So tab Android view page, right? So typically, like one of the early hits will give us, you know, how to use this with tab support, basically. So there's also this other approach where this pager title, which is another kind of slick. Rather than having tabs, you can just flick one name at a time in a tab manner. But I'm going to first of all just stick with the basics here. So view pager tabs, tabbed browsing. So one of the things that you'll have to do is use, so there's a tab host, tab widget. I don't think it was this tab widget. I think it was something with tab. I think that was the old fragment classes that are not supposed to be used now. I think the more recent ones use the tab layout. So we have the view pager at this point, and so you can add tabs to the action bar. So so I'm just trying to see where they might have actually added these tabs. So one of the things with the view pager is that you need to add, so in this example, for example, they have apparently added to the view pager dynamically an adapter that, okay, gives the different fragments. So let's say you could use that, you know, approach, for example. So one of the things that you could do is we come back here, we just declare, you would declare a view pager here and give it an ID, okay? And that ID would be view pager, let's say, keep it simple, okay? And at this point, you would not need a list view anymore, because the whole point would be that we would be showing just the tabs, and within the tabs, each fragment might have a scroll list view or something else, whatever the way you want to, you know, lay out the UI. So as we saw the requirements, we had these 4 different categories, and what you would need to do is that you need to create these fragments, basically. So we could call this the Eiffel fragment, for example. So this would extends fragment class, okay? Now, one caveat here that I really want to bring your attention to, because this is sometimes a source of a lot of frustration and problems for developers starting out, you know, using fragments, is that you saw that by default when I did extends fragment and I imported automatically the class, you need to be very, very wary that if you're using app compact here rather than fragment activity, you can see that the app compact is coming from the support package, right? So it's vital that when you use a fragment that is going to be used by the fragment activity here, which itself comes from the support v4 package, you need to import the fragment coming from the support library v4 also, okay? Otherwise, there's going to be a big mismatch, and you will wonder, as you will get this cryptic error message that the fragment was not properly initialized or something like that, and you'll be like wondering, why is this not working the way I want to? And actually, it will be just simply that you're using a wrong type import. So as you can see, that there are two options here. There's the fragment that comes with the most up-to-date version of Android SDK, which is the 26th that I have installed, Target API. And there's also the support v4. So the one that you want is the support v4, okay? So once you've done that, you have to override some key methods here that will enable you to create the views and everything. And two of those methods that are important are the onCreate and the onCreate view. So the onCreate will basically create your, will initialize by the one-off your fragment, okay? And whereas the other view is, at this point, the elements declared in your fragment layout are not available in onCreate, but they are in the onCreate view method call whenever the framework calls this method. So while you have declared this base fragment here, right, that's going to now represent your fragment, at the same time, you need to create one dedicated layout for each tab. So here you could just say Eiffel tab fragment, for example, for lack of a better name. And this layout is just like any other layout. There's nothing special about it. And you could just like put in here, you know, an image view and, you know, whatever layout you'd like to do, basically. And you would repeat this for every other, you know, category that we have defined here. So you, in the same fashion, you would have the Louvre fragment, you would have the Champs-Élysées fragment, and then you would have the Latin Quarter fragment. And obviously, each of these fragments will have their respective layouts. Okay, so now we have defined the contents of the tabs. The key point now is, how do you bind these tabs, so these fragments, which are going to be linked to each of these tabs, how do you bind everything back to the main activity, right? So remember that in the main activity, which is defined by this main class, we defined a view pager, right? So the view pager is a widget that will enable you to create this tab system and a swiping of the views amongst themselves. And you need to bring in sync the fragments with the view pager. So to do so, the binding happens in the onCreate method of the main activity, where we're going to go and look up this view pager. So that view pager lookup is basically done like how, you know, this and this example is basically. So if I just copy this code, for example, Vimasula, I'm not sure what Gmap location you're talking about. Kaibi, you're saying, how does the PC read the code? Like, if there are several methods from top to down, and how does it jump from other classes and back with informations? Which path will the PC choose, and when it will process two things at once? Okay, well, I'll try to get that back to you on that, but I'm just going to finish first this explaining at a high level. So the view pager is going to be brought in here, right? So we're going to bring in this view pager here from the support library, okay? And we're going to bring in the action bar here too. So action bar, okay? And this was called view pager, right? That's how we had declared it in our main file here. So we're getting it, a reference to it. So this action bar is not the support one that we need. We need the proper regular action bar here. And this was like tabs pager adapter. So I need to see what he declared as tabs pager adapter. So this might be a class of his that extends the fragment page adapter. So if I just like, copy this code to kind of like show you what this means. So the view pager basically is going to, at this point, you will also want to create your adapter. So each fragment will have its own potential also adapter depending on the data, but this is the adapter for the view pager. It has nothing to do with the fragments. So here you're going to create a tabs view pager, adapter here, and this is going to just, so here I'm just going to go here, and this is actually going to say extends pager fragment adapter. Okay. So I'm just going to import this. So y'all always have to make sure that you don't mix and match support libraries and non-support libraries classes. So anything that has to be with fragment, you're going to keep it with the support. If you started out with support, if not, you'll have to use just the regular ones that are non-support. But you cannot mix and match, your different class types from different packages. So once you've created this adapter, so you can see that before, they had created 3 different tabs for each fragment. So for example, I've just implemented the Eiffel fragment. So I'm just going to say return new Eiffel fragment. But here, I'm going to say tabs pager adapter. And basically then what's going to happen here is that and this tabs is the declaration, like it's going to be the list of names of the tab that you want to show. So here, the person that shared this code will have had created the tabs list object that enables him to, so it might just be an array of strings most likely. So I just need to figure out where he has declared that. So it's right here, see? So his basically tabs are just going to be called whatever, right? Like he did. So he called his tabs because it's showing 3 categories. Here, I know that in which this adapter is creating the first tab is the Eiffel fragment. So it is mandatory here for me to put Eiffel here, for example, in this case here, right? So obviously I don't have 3 fragments for the sake of example. I just used 1. So if you, so this will enable us to set up, these tabs, and so this most likely also needs to implement the tabs listener. Old code. So this is so I'm just gonna like skip this because of the time concern here, but this is only if you wanted to add also a listener to when you're swiping basically when you're swiping, if you want to enable swiping basically. And if we run this, I don't know if this is gonna all blow up or not, but you can have a look. Yeah, I mean, I've changed so much the code, so I'm not even surprised that this is not even. So this list is not there anymore, but in the main view now, I've removed that, scroll list obviously, so I don't need to show this anymore here. So I'm just going to run this and see. Right now, it should just show me a view pager with 1 tab with Eiffel in the middle, and